Are we good?
Good.
All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Sparta Township Planning Board. On behalf of the members of the entire Planning Board, our professionals, we would like to thank all the people that are here in person, as well as those who may be streaming the meeting from either home or later down the road on YouTube. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, this meeting is being held on April 17th, 2024, at the Sparta Township Municipal Building located at 65 Main Street, Sparta, New Jersey. The time is now 7:04 p.m. The live stream for this meeting may be viewed at YouTube at www.youtube.com/@Sparta Township, which is SPARTATWP. Please note that adequate public notices of this meeting was given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. I ask that everybody please stand and join the board as we salute our flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Before we do the roll call, I just want to make mention, we had a resignation from Nick Pompilio, and I'd like to take a moment to thank Nick for his time with the board and everything that he contributed. He was, his thoughts were appreciated, and he'll be missed. Now, with that, tonight we have Joan Furman, who is joining us as the mayor's designee, so welcome to Joan, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
So with that, could we please have a roll call?
Yes. Justin Canellis,
Here.
Ernie Reichstad,
Here.
Christine Dunbar, Mike Sylvester,
Here.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright,
Here.
Chairman Ron Day,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti,
Here.
Joan Furman,
Here.
Jeanette Burke, here, Celeste Luciano.
Mr. Chairman, we'll just confirm for the record that Joan Furman has signed her oath of office, and she is a full member of the board.
Thank you. Okay, so tonight we're going to have two executive sessions.
I'm going to recuse on the first one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And Dave Brady is here to replace
Okay.
me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, so I think before I say we leave, do we have to go through the motion and go into it? I think then we can,
Yes, you need to make a motion
Yes.
to go into executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation.
okay.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Any comments? Okay, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti,
Yes.
Jeanette Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright,
Yes.
Joan Furman,
Yes.
Justin Canellis,
Yes.
Ernie Reichstad,
Yes.
Mike Sylvester,
Yes.
Chairman Ron Day.
Yes. All right, so the motion is passed. So we're going to go into an executive session. We're going to ask that people, if you could, I'm going to guess will probably be about a half hour or so. And then we'll, once we're done, we'll open up the doors again and everyone will be invited back in. So thank you for your patience. Thank you,
Here we go.
everybody.
All right, motion to return to open session.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti,
Yes.
Jeanette Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright,
Yes.
Joan Furman,
Yes.
Justin Canellis,
Yes.
Celeste Luciano,
Yes.
Ernie Reichstad,
Yes.
Mike Sylvester,
Yes.
Chairman Ronde.
Yes. Yes, I guess we can let everybody back in. Thank you, Dory.
I always feel bad. They come in, wait, and get.
Oh, I know, yeah. No. Part of the process.
Thank you. Got thrown into the deep end of the pool. I have any questions, let me know. Exchange of suggestions. Log on.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're back into public session. Appreciate everybody give us the opportunity to talk about what we did. So with that, maybe we'll start with the motion, please.
Yes, it would be a motion, Mr. Chairman, to authorize me on behalf of the board to sign the mediators agreement on the pending litigation with Owen B1.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
I guess we need a motion because
Or
you
a
can't
motion.
motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'll second.
thank you. Ms. Fox, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti,
Yes.
Jeanette Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright,
Yes.
Joan Furman,
Yes.
Justin Canellis,
Yes.
Celeste Luciano,
Yes.
Ernie Reichstad,
Yes.
Mike Sylvester,
Yes.
Chairman Ronde.
Yes. All right, the motion is passed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Okay, back to the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. So we have one set of minutes to approve from February 1st, 2023. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from February 1st, 2023?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from February 1st of 2023.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, does anybody have any comments? Okay, seeing none, we have a roll call to approve the minutes.
Councilman Dean Blumetti,
Yes.
Jeanette Burke,
Yes.
Ronde,
Yes.
Bill Enright,
Yes.
Justin Canellis,
Yes.
Celeste Luciano,
Yes.
Ernie Reichstad.
Yes.
Okay, so the minutes of February 1st, 2023 are approved. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is correspondence. We do not have any correspondence tonight, so we'll be moving right into the public hearing. Tonight, we have two hearings. One is from the Sussex County Technical School Board of Education, which will go first, and the second one will be from East Coast Development Association, Associates. So if the folks from Sussex County Technical School Board of Education come forward. Welcome, gentlemen. And Mr. Collins, while they're setting up, I just make sure everyone understands. So this hearing is a little different than some of the ones that we typically do, where I think we're given the opportunity to comment, but it's not a vote for approval or denial. If you could maybe provide some clarification on that for everybody.
So this is a capital improvement plan review of a public entity's capital improvement plan pursuant to the municipal land use law, and that is not a site plan or a subdivision or a variance. It's called a courtesy review because the the planning board sits in capacity to give advice to all public agencies who are undertaking capital improvement plans, but whether they're local, county, regional, or state governmental entities. In this case, it's a county Board of Ed technical school, and they've been here before for the demolition of the pool building, which was located at this same basic footprint. The board members remember that one. So that's the status of this, Mr. Chairman. It's technically not a hearing, but it's a public meeting, but it's okay that it's listed as a hearing. And we will open to the public for comments and questions after the applicant goes ahead. So gentlemen who will be speaking, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state your names and give us any qualifications that you might have or titles.
Sure. My name is Joshua Thompson. I'm a senior associate at the firm of Perrette, Samjian Architects in Rockaway, and I am a licensed New Jersey architect.
My name is Lionel Camacho. I am the project architect for this project. I have been with ESA, Perrette Samjian Architects, for going into my 10th year, and I have been licensed by the state of New Jersey for 3 years.
Linus, and both of you, if you could spell your last names and give us your business address.
Lionel Camacho, C-A-M-A-C-H-O.
Josh Thompson, Thompson.
And
And our
the,
business address is 439 Route 46, Rockaway, 07866.
thank you, gentlemen. Please go ahead.
Yep. So if you'll permit me, I want to pass around a board as we're speaking. That's allowed. This is a 3D massing model of what we're proposing. Before we get into the plans, just a quick background of how we got here today. I'm not sure if anybody remembers me. We were here just about a year ago on the demolition of the natatorium, which is the domed pool structure. That has since been removed if you've driven down Route 94. And that was the first phase of a project that started back in 2021. The school district applied for a grant under the Securing Our Future Bond Act. They did receive monies for it, and the demolition was the first piece of it. Unfortunately, it was a one-time grant, so there was no ability to go back to the state for additional monies when the world changed because of COVID. And so the original concept for this addition project was actually about twice as large as we're proposing tonight. And that's just because the cost of instruction has increased greatly. So with the pool demolition coming down, the phase 2, this addition is actually 2 additions, one being multiple classrooms, and I'm just going to walk to this side of the table. The first being multiple classrooms with a corridor that is in the exact location where the dome used to be.
Mr. Thompson, if I could, I appreciate you pointing to us, but I'd like the public to be able to see it too as a way to angle it.
You can go in the corner there.
In the corner.
At the edge of the dais.
Thank you.
Name it a little bit. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We have copies of the
Okay.
drawing. I believe. I do.
So the first 2 classrooms are in the footprint of the existing dome, much smaller, as you can see graphically on the model that's passing around. The second is just upside of that off of the existing engineering room. The construction of this building, it's going to be a 2B. It's a typical masonry and brick cavity wall, some steel studs inside, steel structure for the roof, and there's not many frills to it. Our intent is to obviously keep it modular, keep it within masonry dimensions. And as you can see on some of the elevations that we had sent beforehand, there's a little bit of stucco in there, a little bit of glazing. But at the end of the day, it's a little bit of a brick box.
Mr. Thompson, I apologize. So I think if you put it on the board down there, then that way the planning board members can see it as well as the public. It's hard from there. Thank you.
Yes, my apologies.
Thank you very much.
And so what we have shown on this bottom rendering here is the view from Route 94. So as you used to go down Route 94, you would see the dome. Now you'll kind of see this one-story masonry structure in context with the rest of the school behind it. The programmatic spaces within this are all educational. It is a school building. The first program is going to be Allied Health, which is a nursing program. That currently exists elsewhere on the campus, so they'll be relocating into the new space. Secondly is a kinesiology. That program does not exist. It'll be a new offering by the school district. Think athletic trainers and physical therapists. And the third, which is the actual second addition, is just an addition of the floor space for the engineering classroom. So it will be strictly a classroom area as well as the lab area. With that, I'm going to ask Mr. Camacho to walk you through some of the particulars of the plans.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening us in and letting us present. We can start off with the engineering classroom. I do want to emphasize, we did take a kind of like a pre-layer approach to the design. In this particular case, you see the two classroom addition and the engineering bump out. These are part of the actual additions, but we also are renovating existing programming space that the client currently has. So right now, they actually have a couple electrical rooms / robotics rooms. And again, trying to do the most with the funding that we got. You'll see that in the title, it calls for renovations. These particular electrical rooms will get renovated with new unit ventilators to help condition the space and also to add AC to the current space. Again, it's about trying to improve the working environment for the students. So that would be in terms of the renovating the existing space. The second layer goes into making it a little bit more comfortable for the engineering classroom, and that's where the bump out of the existing classroom comes into play, just because as a technical school, there's a big push towards theory and practice, where a lot of the shops that are there now, whether they're auto shops, mechanical shops, even the electrical shops, they're already set up for a theory space where they can learn about the theory of the trade, but they also have in the same space allocated for workspace to practice that theory. The engineering classroom bump out that we see here takes up a lot of that space using the large machinery that a lot of the students have to be familiar with. So for that bump out, the reason pushing it out and increasing its footprint is so that we can take the classroom theory space and allocate it into that bump out so that now the students have more space to actually take learning and theory into practice. And then if they need it, they still have that workspace with the heavy machinery to practice what they learn. The third layer was what Josh was alluding to, which is the two classroom addition, which will be basically taking one of the existing programs, which he mentioned, the Allied Health, and also giving it its proper spacing. Allied Health focuses students to learn more about a career in the health practice. So same division, you have towards the bottom, you have your instructional spaces, which consists of traditional workstations, wirelessly connected to a wireless access point. And then north of that, you have more built-in workstations where they could get into the specimens and analyzing the anatomy of the human body, or in this case, specimens. North of that, we have the physiology, and what Josh was mentioning, it is truly a physical therapy. At least it's modeled after that career choice. But it also goes even further because it gives them a branch between the existing former gym and the athletic field. So our goal would be that the students here in this annex are kind of juxtaposed between the existing gymnasium and the athletic fields on the far right. A lot of the workspace in that physiology room caters to providing room for equipment, such as training tables, running equipment, but also open space to practice stretching, any physical rehabilitation work to the physical body, and as well as your standard desks, just so that they can understand the practice. So the goal is 3 layers, improve on what we have there, supplement by the program by adding new programs. And then the last layer in terms of site context would be situating the addition in between the existing gymnasium and the fields towards me. And then it helps create a good hybrid environment. For instance, in case in the corridors as students stop and intermingle, they can talk about one another and see what each career path brings.
To quickly walk you through the utilities, we are adding 2 single fixture restrooms. We have to do that because of plumbing count issues and the size of the school. By adding the program space, we just need to make sure that we're compliant there. Each of the classrooms, the engineering addition and the 2 classrooms together will each be served by their own rooftop unit. It'll be a package system mounted on a roof, fed by gas. And lastly, structurally speaking, most of the structure will just be a slope structure, and we'll put the insulation on top of it. As we get towards the existing curved wall where the dome was, to make our lives and the contractors' lives a little bit easier, we're going to go with a flat structure and tapered insulation at those. I'd like to offer an apology. As we introduced ourselves, we did not introduce who is with us. We have members of the administration, but also the civil engineer of record, who I'd like to bring up, and if we could swear him in.
Sure. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And please state your name and address and give us some qualifications.
Sure. My name is Giovanni, Giovanni, last name Manilio, Manilio, with Mantero Design, address of 62 Grove Street in Somerville, New Jersey, 08876. So I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Syracuse University. I've been licensed in the state of New Jersey for the past 15 years and currently in good standing, and also licensed in the state of New York and testified in front of numerous boards throughout the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Manilio, the board will recognize your qualifications and also the other gentleman's qualifications, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Mr. Thompson and Mr. Camacho had stated, the improvements that we are proposing to the site, as far as a site engineering standpoint, the proposed improvements are very minimal. There's going to be little to no effect on the site. There's no changes to the amount of parking. There is actually a pretty good decrease in impervious coverage for the site. And the rough number is about a 1/4 acre less impervious coverage, which would lead to less runoff as well. Additional improvements, we are going to have some lighting on the building for safety purposes. All those lights will be extinguished by 12 midnight. And as far as stormwater, we are picking up a portion of the roof runoff and bringing it onto the site drainage system. So it's all going to be contained on site. No adverse impacts to any of the neighbors. Just going through some of the comments and recommendations from your board engineer. There is or was a well previously on the site that was decommissioned as part of one of the previous improvements to the site when they were connected to the water system. And also by the proposed engineering classroom, what we show on our plans is we show a relocation of a high water alarm. And the purpose of that is there's an existing tank outside the auto body shop. And really the purpose of that tank is to capture any, if there's any spills in the auto body shop, it would go into that tank and it gets pumped out. Speaking to the school, there has been anything that's been leaked or gone into that tank in years because there's no spills that happens in the auto body shop. But that's the purpose of the high water alarm. So if that tank gets full, the alarm goes off to say, hey, somebody's got to pump it out. Other than that, there's really not much as far as site improvements. Yeah, so the grading in general is 2%, provide positive drainage. I did forget there was one comment about a cover over the proposed or existing water lines. We'll look at that. I think there's room to work with the grading to maintain the existing cover over the water line.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, no problem.
Is there any other testimony or any other things? Okay.
We open up to the board and to your
So with
professionals.
that, then let me open up to our professionals to see if you have any questions that need to be, or comments that you'd like to have addressed.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman and board members, just referring to the report I did dated April 9th, 2024, the applicant described the proposed project, and I made some general comments that the applicant's professionals addressed, but I'll just highlight them again so you know we're all on the same page. As far as the site plan goes, again, before the dome was demolished, it was a gentle slope, and they're proposing a gentle slope there again, approximately 2% is labeled on the plans. Mr. Giovanni did indicate the 658 contour. I was a little concerned if they were taking some cover off the electric and water lines. They agreed to check that, and I think that's a good idea, just so they don't run into a problem there. They had adequate lighting around the perimeter with building-mounted lights, and he just answered the question as far as the hours of operation. Those fixtures will go off at midnight.
Correct.
And with regards to stormwater management, I agree that the proposed area is substantially less than what the dome was. So as far as impervious coverage, I agree with that, and it doesn't violate any of the township's ordinance over 500 square feet of additional impervious. So that's a good situation. He confirmed that the existing well that used to be in the dome area has been decommissioned, so that's taken care of.
And it's further been
Good.
last year's project.
Good. And the township does provide water to the whole facility. They have their own sewage treatment plant. They can verify the capacity of that. There were some lines shown on the plan where some electric lines and other utility lines seem to just taper off. I'm not sure if they just didn't follow through the rest of the paper space area on the map, or if they did terminate, or what's to become of them.
Yeah, so that was the limits of our utility locate. So we had a private locate performed on the site. Since that was outside of the work area, that's where it was terminated.
Okay, but in general, they're either connected to someone, something, or terminated?
Yes, most of them go to the field house and bleachers.
Okay.
Correct.
And they also talked about the high water alarm. I wasn't sure what that was for. Now we've had that answered as far as that tank from the auto body shop. With regards to the architectural plans, the only thing I noted, as the architect mentioned, rooftop units are proposed. The ones on the one addition don't extend very far above the main addition. The one above the roof line on the engineering addition did seem to extend a little higher.
Yeah, so to quickly address that, on the two classroom addition, there will be a parapet, which is why it doesn't seem that the RTUs are extending very high. On the one classroom addition, to keep the context of the existing building around it, we are putting metal panels on it, but it is also just a scupper roof system, so there's no parapet on the engineering addition, which is why the RTU appears a little bit taller.
With regards to any signage, my understanding is there's no signage proposed for this. An environmental impact statement wasn't provided, but because of the sewage treatment plant on site, which is regulated by the state and the township's water, basically, I think they've got those main issues covered as far as any EIS or any concern, and I'm not aware of any wetlands in the area, and maybe Mr. Manilio could just comment on that. Put on the record.
Correct. There's no wetlands that show up on GeoWeb or through our site visits, and all the activities in previously disturbed areas.
With regards to construction details, I did suggest in the one thicker concrete, they did have woven wire mesh. I'd suggest that be incorporated in the regular sidewalk.
Yep, and we have no issues with that.
And then, as far as it's applicable, and I defer to Mr. Collins on this, I listed other agencies that normally would be subject to Sussex County Planning Board, Upper Delaware Conservation District, the Township Construction Official, and DEP if the well hadn't been sealed, but I understand that the well has been sealed.
The well has been sealed. Sussex County Planning Board is pending, and Upper Delaware has been submitted.
And the only other thing I have, if you could, would it be possible for you to send us, the township, for their records, a copy of the well sealing documentation, just so we've got that, because the township is supplying water now, and just so they know there's no possible source of cross-contamination anymore.
Yeah, I don't see any issues with that.
And that's my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Catherine, anything?
I did not prepare a report for this because it's just a courtesy review, but just one thing that came to mind during the course of the presentation. During the course of construction, is there going to be any impact on the existing parking? Will it be, will the construction area basically impact the?
Grab this.
Sure.
This may be the easiest way to address it. So the area of our addition is the dome that's on the printout here. The Route 94 kind of comes at the bottom of this board. That would be the site ingress for the contractor. The staging area will be south of the dome, as it's shown on here, which means that there will be no impact to the parking. Most of the student parking is on the other side of campus, with just a lot of the facilities parking and custodians in this back area. So the staging area will be south of the dome. It shouldn't impact day-to-day. This project, it will actually take place during the school year. We're confident that we can isolate the construction from the learning environment, especially because the nearest classroom is a gym, which any sound should be mitigated.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, let me go down to the dais. Anybody, planning board members have questions?
None.
I noticed a few outdoor, I noticed a few doors on both sides of the building. Given the concerns and around safety in our schools, are they going to be the same setup for whatever other doors are at the facility?
So in terms of egress, we did include additional egress points at each learning space on top of the corridor egress space for fire. And then on top of that, we have the existing one that they currently use near the ramp area. So I think we added to the existing, but then we were generous by adding individual exits to each classroom.
The intent of those exits is that they're egress only, so they'll be flush panel, most likely FRP. But the only doors that may have a key fob or security system on them would be the ones in the corridor, but we haven't yet made that determination.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate everything you shared. I have a few questions. The first is regarding environmental matters and NJDEP. I noticed that they haven't been involved in this, and this site is within a confirmed vernal pool radius of 500 feet buffer, according to the DEP. So I think it's right across Route 94. Also, this is located in a wellhead protection area. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. So given those two items, can you discuss whether you think NJDEP should be involved or you should get some authorization or permits for that?
Yeah, with the proposed improvements, there's no DEP permitting that is required for this project. Again, all this improvements are being done in previously disturbed areas. So these classrooms are in the area of the old dome, and then the engineering classroom is an area of just a small grass island between a parking lot and the building. As far as wellhead protection, there's no seepage or any water that's going to be infiltrated into the ground. So there's no effect that will happen to any wells in the area.
Okay, so you don't anticipate that even during construction, that there'll be a disturbance outside of that immediate area?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Speaking of the floors, another question was, can you confirm that there'll be no floor drains, of course, and no hazardous materials either during construction or during operations? And I'm thinking, as I heard you speak about allied health and about nursing, and you mentioned some of the things they'll be doing, to me, immediately I thought of, medical solutions and samples and things like that. And then when you mentioned the tank and the high water level for the auto body shop area, is that going to be connected to the new area at all?
No, so with the allied health, that we are showing 2 sinks, so those will be hand wash sinks only. Okay. As far as their curriculum, they do, I don't know a fancy way to put this, they do dissect animals. Those will be in this storage. There's a large area there that has refrigerators in there. That should cover everything, so there is no floor drains or anything like that.
Okay, okay. Also, the lighting, you mentioned about the building lighting going off at midnight. Would you consider having that be cut off earlier? I say that because a lot of the things we deal with, a lot of the hearings, a lot of the new developments, we are encouraging them to do it a lot earlier, especially maybe in this case, given it's a school and perhaps it's not open 12 months of the year, and just because there's a lot of wildlife in there and there's a lot of other, negative impacts of too much lighting.
So we can talk with the district, absolutely. I'm not sure what the existing lighting system turns off at. My understanding is it's also 12. This is kind of adjacent to the sports field. So on a Friday night, if they have a sport event, that would be one of those areas where we would want them on a little bit later. But so in short, we can talk with the district about it. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure we're matching their existing standard with that.
Okay.
But we can have that conversation.
Okay, appreciate it. You didn't mention the landscaping. I know it's not a large area, but if you're planning on landscaping around these new additions when you're done, I would just encourage to consider using native species, shrubs, plants, trees, whatever's going in around there. And if you have ideas or plans, can you just briefly share them?
We don't have
How
any
many-
plans for that. That's the short answer.
Okay, if you would maybe consider that as you're planning them out.
Sure.
I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, to follow up on the safety questions, unfortunately, we live in a society where teachers and children are faced with participating in drills for active shooters. And with new construction, you have an opportunity to address some things that a old classroom cannot. And I was wondering if any of that was taken into consideration. Some of it is cost-effective, like just making sure that the doors to a classroom can lock from and unlock from the inside. And especially you have older students, when you need to hide from the shooter, you need to have a space where they can't be seen from the door. So maybe you could just talk about the door. Does it have glass? Can it lock, unlock, or have any provisions been made? And I don't think New Jersey has adequately addressed any of these issues at all.
No, thank you for that comment. We did actually talk to the door vendor a lot about security. Security has been a big push. And then just to answer one question, how we addressed it and improved on it, the door hardware is lockable from inside, where teachers will follow the same existing protocol that they have. So they are able to shelter themselves inside if the intruder was from outside. Another point we did.
Mr. Camacho, if you could, maybe talking to the mic, thank you.
Oh, another point that we did also take into account was reducing the visibility from the exterior. So you'll notice that there's not a lot of storefront. We did go with masonry, so that helps limit what an intruder from peeking what's going inside and stuff like that. And I think those were the main considerations.
The only thing I would add is the windows that we do have, the punched openings, are offset by awning windows that limit the amount that they actually open. So it's not a double hung window sliding up. It's a very narrow area. It is a classroom. We do have to provide some provision for natural prevention, natural ventilation. But I think the combination of those strategies, as far as a lockdown scenario, I'll have to leave that to the school district. We do have these kind of windowless storage areas that are potential for shelter in place or lockdown. I'm not sure what the existing standards are for that. I'd have to check with the superintendent.
Yeah, I don't think New Jersey has standards, and that's, I guess, my public service announcement. I want to get out there and, as you serve on other committees and work with other professionals, perhaps, it's something that really needs to be incorporated, because if you've ever been in a lockdown with 28 kids, as I have, it is tough. That's all I have.
I'm good. Just two quick questions. So, we talked about exits, but we haven't talked about fire suppression and safety. So can you discuss that a little bit?
So by code, we don't need to have a sprinkler system. There is no sprinkler system in the school currently. And with the EU set to 2B, by code, we don't need it, so there's not one. The materials that we're using will be protected, so every column, we don't have exposed columns that are within a 1 hour rating, which again is the minimum for code. The ceilings will be the same thing. We do have a firewall that we're installing on both coming up to the existing buildings. And so, might be hard to see from across the room, but they do exceed up above the existing roof levels, which is compatible with code. And the purpose of the firewall is that if there ever was an issue in the addition, that would free fall without touching the existing building and vice versa. And so those measures are implemented, but as far as a suppression for a sprinkler system, that is not.
And one more quick question about lighting. Is lighting up lighting or down lighting? Do we
On the
know?
building, it'll be above the doors, downlit.
Face downward
Yeah,
facing?
to provide the egress illumination.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, let's open it up to members of the public. If any members of the public have any questions to the applicant about
Or comments.
Board of Ed about the presentation?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. Jenny Derricks, Tappan Dispart. I just have a quick question. Funding, you mentioned that you have a grant that took care of the 2021, the first phase removal. Funding is, of course, going to be, I might see you tomorrow night at the budget meeting. Do you have funding secured, like you're guaranteed that you have the funding you need to go forward with this whole project?
Correct. This was a federal or a state, I apologize, I'm not sure which, bond act. It has nothing to do with the district's capital reserve or
Okay.
maintenance program or anything like that.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public? Okay. So with that, Mr. Collins, I guess we need a motion. If you could help us with this one again. It's a little different than what we normally would do.
Yes, so if the board would entertain its motion to approve the capital improvement plan review of the,
Thomas, you could just,
I'm sorry, it's a motion to confirm that the board reviewed the capital improvement plan of the Sussex County Technical School Board of Education for the classroom additions and renovations at the Sussex County Technical School, subject to the comments and testimony of the Board of Education representatives here tonight and Dave Simmons' review report. I did not have any other ideas on advisory comments, but if the board had some advisory comments, you could add them. I guess there was one to consider. They'll talk to the Board of Education about reducing the nighttime hours from perhaps to an hour earlier than 12 midnight, and perhaps consistent with the other security lighting at the campus.
And native landscaping.
And if they install landscaping, could they install native landscaping?
all right, unless there's anything else, would anybody like to make a motion to adopt the motion as Tom had stated?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Fox, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti,
Yes.
Jeanette Burke. Yes. Vice Chairman Bill Enright.
Yes.
Joan Furman,
Yes.
Justin Canellis.
Yes.
Celeste Luciano,
Yes.
Ernie Ragsdad,
Yes.
Mike Sylvester,
Yes.
Chairman Ronday.
Yes.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your time and your presentation. Good luck.
Reminded me of me
Have a good night, folks.
and being in school. Because I started in architecture.
Here's your chance to rip it apart now.
Okay,
my first
so we have a second hearing tonight for application number 24.2394, submitted by East Coast Development Associates, located at 9 and 15 Prices Lane, Block 12001, Lot 4, the OSGU zone, and Lot 5, the Economic Development Zone, for purposes of a minor subdivision. So we welcome the representatives of East Coast Development.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'll swear in the witness if I might. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And please state your name and address.
My name is Michael Fisher, professional engineer.
And Mike, if you could describe your qualifications, that would be helpful.
Professional engineer, licensed in the state of New Jersey since 2014. Practicing since then. Have a bachelor's of science in civil engineering from NJIT. Graduated in 2011. I've appeared before multiple boards, both in county and out of county, most recently in Hampton Township.
The board will recognize and accept Michael Fisher's qualifications as a professional engineer. And please go ahead, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, professionals and staff. My name is Robert McBriar. I'm an attorney with the law firm of King, Price, Smith & King, and we represent East Coast Development Associates, LLC. We're here tonight on behalf of the applicant requesting approvals for a lot line adjustment and minor subdivision. Specifically, the applicant seeks approval to adjust the lot line between block 12001, lot 4, which is owned by the township, and lot 5, which is owned by the applicant, to facilitate installation of solar arrays at the Sparta Township DPW complex. The township's lot 4 is approximately 82.1 acres and is in the OSGU zone. The applicant's lot 5 is
Excuse me, if you could speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
There we go. Thank you.
The township's lot 4 is approximately 82.1 acres and is in the OSGU zone. The applicant's lot 5 is approximately 19.3 acres and is in the adjacent ED zone. In addition to the lot line adjustment, the applicant seeks approval to subdivide the reconfigured lot 5 into 3 new lots, such that new lot 5.01 would consist of approximately 14.3 acres. New lot 5.02 would consist of approximately 1.8 acres, and new lot 5.03 would consist of approximately 3 acres. All 3 proposed lots will meet the bulk standard requirements of the ED zone. We are in receipt of and review the township's technical review reports and can address any comments or questions during our presentation. At this time, I'd like to ask that Mr. Fisher review the subdivision plan that was prepared by his office.
Good evening, everyone. So looking at the property right now on this map, as it was noted, there's 2 properties in question here. Lot 4, which is the DPW property, and Lot 5, which is our applicant's property. There's a multiple array of colors and line types and hatchings that you'll see on the map before you on the board here.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you just
Sure.
move it a little bit?
How about this? I'll do you one favor. I have smaller copies that I
works.
can pass out to everybody.
Perfect.
Thank you. I'll give it a minute for it to make its way around.
Is that already one of the,
Color,
oh,
It's just a smaller version of what is on the board here.
so would you mark that on the board as A1,
Absolutely.
please?
Wait for it to make its way around. Now, to be clear, before I go any further, the copy that you have before you and what's on the board here is not a new map that's been prepared. It's a page from the submitted plan set, sheet 3. It was just highlighted with colors for the purposes of this evening's hearing. So you have a series of gray shaded areas that are going to be as part of the lot line adjustment that'll be going and annexed to Lot 4 from either Lot 5 or through the vacation of Sustainable Way, which was an approved right-of-way from a previous subdivision application in this property. There are additional areas that are either going from Lot 4 to annex to Lot 5 or through the vacation of Sustainable Way and being annexed to Lot 5. At no point is Lot 5 prior to the subdivision, the minor subdivision that's also proposed, at no point is Lot 5 any smaller or larger than its previous state of the lot line adjustment. The previous line essentially ran from the corner here, this purple dashed line, and then it ran through this blue dashed green line up. There's a curve here up the property line, and then it intersects with the Sustainable Way right away at the time. The new lot line, as part of the lot line adjustment, it will be this blue dash green line, which will create the boundary limit for the shaded area to the south of the property. And then we'll bisect through the Sustainable Way right away. As a matter of fact, Lot 4 actually stands to get a larger by approximately 30,000 square feet, a little bit more than that. So the township's property will get a little bit bigger, but Lot 5 will stay the same in size. Once the lot line adjustment has been completed, the applicant is looking to now create a minor subdivision for Lot 5, property Lot 5. And we have lot numbers assigned by the tax assessor consisting of what would be the overall remainder lot of 5.01, which would be approximately 14.4 acres in size. Proposed lot 5.02, which is this center area here bound by the blue lines. That meets the minimum bulk size requirement for lots of 80,000 square feet and also in lot width and depth. And then the final portion, which is kind of like an enlarged L, if you will, proposed lot 5.03, which is 3.08 acres in size. Also has the minimum required lot frontage requirement. So all three of these lots meet the bulk standards for the ED zone. And honestly, that's the extent of what we're looking to present to the board here tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
Could he go through, though, Mr. Simmons's report, just to make sure he's answered any questions? And was a comment that Dave raised about the zoning line change that he asked me to comment on, and I am satisfied that the subdivision complies with the zoning without a zoning line change, but that the township in the future should change the zone map so that the new revised DPW lot has the same zoning of OSGU for this addition to the lot. But that doesn't stop this from being subdivided at this time.
Correct. And what I'll say to that is that new zone line, anticipated zone line, is represented on these plans. That is the green dash line that you see on the plans before you. It is a little offset on the portion of the line that's mainly between the two properties, and then that's really just for graphical purposes, so the information that was being portrayed on the plans, that the distances and measurements could be legible. It's fully intended to follow the new lot line between what will be Lot 4 and 5, pre-subdivision. The former or current zone line per the township zoning map runs from the property corner here through behind Sustainable Way and up to Price's Lane.
And I'll also just confirm that the witness has correctly explained that the DPW lot is the subject of a solar energy project that the township has approved by a redevelopment ordinance and by a redevelopment plan. And the goal there is to cover and close the landfill, and then to place solar arrays on the landfill for the township.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Fisher?
I'm sorry?
Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is my understanding that there will be a solar array proposed by a firm hired by the township. That is not our subject of our application.
Mr. Collins, anything
So
else?
I just was thinking if Mr. Fisher could just run through Dave's report and just see if there's anything that Dave was asking him to confirm.
I mean, yes, and I think, Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I can skip to the miscellaneous section 5, which is where the bulk of any questions or comments from your report may exist in.
I believe that's correct, just so the board knows. And again, Mr. Fisher and I are both referring to the report I did dated March 18th, 2024. There's a variety of pieces of the different lots and the proposed road vacation and what have you, and some are being subdivided and annexed either to Lot 4 or the new lots. So I think the applicant, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is in agreement with everything I described in that area.
Yes.
And the one thing I would suggest, my assumption is that if the board approves this subdivision, they're going to propose to memorialize it by deed.
I believe that's the case. That's, yes.
So what I'd suggest, because there are so many moving pieces to this, if you will, for future surveyors and what have you, you've got a reduced copy of the subdivision map right here. You could reduce it another generation and include that in the deed so it's in the chain of title, so that someone X years from now in the future would have a pretty good idea which piece went to which and how it was vacated with all the necessary information on it. And yes, I think you could go to miscellaneous now.
Okay. Item A in miscellaneous is basically a statement indicating that there's an area shown in the area, what is the portion of proposed lot 503 of an encroachment of a manicured lawn area from what is Lot 6, the rear yard of Lot 6. There's nothing there that I see that you're looking for us to do. It's just a statement, an observation that it's.
Based on your survey, yes.
Yes, based on the survey. Item B talks about some notation that's on our survey plan. It is not represented on this plan here. It is represented on the boundary and topo survey, sheet 2 of the plan set, where it talks about possible overlaps between the properties. And we can agree to look into that further and look into any kind of quitclaim that may be necessary, quitclaim deed that can be done to clean up the title between the properties. We have no objection to that. Item C refers to the soil testing that was done on site over the course of the history of this property. As I noted earlier, this property was the subject of a major subdivision back in 2009, I believe. And there was soil testing that was done on site across the entire property from that point forward. And Mr. Simmons notes in his report that there are some soil test results in the lower portion of the property here, which is roughly adjacent to the rail line where there's some groundwater conditions. The bulk of the soil test results in the higher portion of the property did not experience any groundwater conditions and can support a septic. And again, that was a statement and observation he made in his report under item C. So there's nothing for us to take care of there. We did just touch on the zone line in item D with regards to how that should be handled. As I understand, and as it's written in the letter here, in the memo here, it's not a matter for the planning board to resolve the zone line. That's something that has to be done through the township council, through the recommendation of the board.
That's correct. And the board can recommend that to the governing body.
And then lastly is item E, which refers to a small portion of this property which happens to be located within Lafayette Township. That is not represented on these plans here. We were not anticipating having any impacts within Lafayette Township with regards to the nature of this application. But if the board sees to it that we need to
That's what I thought.
have an application before Lafayette and Lafayette board sees that we need to come before them to hear the application, then we have no objection to that.
It'll be on lot 4, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that Dave pointed out to me where that is. It's basically along Price's Lane up by the northwestern corner of the township lot, which is the DPW lot and the future solar energy lot. That is not something that is affected by this subdivision. And they don't, as far as I'm concerned, there's no legal obligation for them to go to, it would be the township, and there's no legal obligation for the township to go to Lafayette Township for minor subdivision of land that is not at all in Lafayette. If it was changing the lot line in Lafayette, that would be a different subject, but here, all of the changes are in Sparta Township.
And that concludes his, his letter with regards, with the exception of item 6, which refers to any additional approvals. We'll absolutely obtain any additional approvals that might be necessary from other governing bodies.
Mr. Simmons, any other questions or comments?
No, Mr. Chairman, other than when I suggested that the reduced map be part of each one of the deeds for the maps, just to make it clear for future generations.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hamad?
Similar to the last application, I did not prepare a formal review memo, but I just, I guess I just want to clarify, I understand Lot 4 is owned by Sparta Township. Generally, if a right-of-way, even a paper street, is going to be vacated, the township has to approve it. I'm assuming that this is something that the township has approved, the vacation of the right-of-way?
Yeah, that will be requested by the township, together with the vacation of, I think there were 2 site triangle easements,
Yes.
as well as what we discussed earlier, the realignment of the zone boundary to correspond with the new line.
Okay, so those will be requested from the
Then All
council?
of those will be formally requested by the township council.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Were those included in the previous resolution the council passed?
I'm sorry?
Was that included, though, already in the resolution that the council already passed? Because there's a resolution, right, that the council passed not too long ago?
That resolution was number 23-146, and in that, it, among other things, consented to the minor subdivision application and indicated that it would begin proceedings to vacate Sustainable Way. So it was included in one of the operative provisions of the township's resolution.
Okay.
Okay, let me bring it back to the dais. Celeste, I'm going to start on your side this time if I could. Any questions?
I am actually good for the moment.
Okay, thanks.
I have no questions.
I have a few questions. So, okay, as I understand it, there's 2 things going on here, right? There's the lot line adjustment, and that's, in a sense, it's a land swap, right? It's about equal. And then there is the request for this subdivision of Lot 5 into smaller lots, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Lot 5, as it stands today, is a rail-adjacent lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If the subdivision is approved, will there be 3 lots or will there be 4 lots?
There'll be 3 lots.
Okay, so 5 will go away, it'll be 501, 502, 503?
That's correct. That is noted on that plan that's been circulated.
Okay.
around.
So the back of the large lot is along the rail line. That will be one of the remaining lots, correct?
That's correct. If it simplifies it for the board, it's essentially the remainder lot. The smaller lots were the lots that were created to meet the bulk standards. This was the lot that was remaining as a result of that.
Okay. And it's lot 501, it would be?
Yes.
That's the one with the chain link fence across the
That's
portion of it. What is the purpose of the subdivision request?
Ultimately, the applicant is looking to develop the properties in the future. We don't have a development plan before you because we're not here for a site plan. We're just here for subdivision
Okay.
at this time.
In your opinion, are all 3 lots developable, if that's a real word?
Yes.
Okay. There was a mention of a drain easement. Can you just explain that? I'm not sure if it was covered. If so, can you just repeat that again? Something at the back corner?
Certainly. So there is a drainage easement on Lot 4 adjacent to the rail line, which would benefit proposed Lot 501. Or if that subdivision, never mind, I'm not even going to address that. To benefit proposed Lot 501. And that's to allow runoff to discharge from the property down into the railway area, as it currently does today.
Okay.
Does that explain that?
When you say as it currently does today, can you expand on that, please?
Topographically, property slopes in that direction.
Okay, okay. Now, the sustainable way, that easement, is it used currently for anything, or has it been used in the recent past for anything, to your knowledge?
Today, as of 6 o'clock this evening when I was on site, it is still a manicured lawn.
Okay,
So it's just a paper road in nature right now.
okay. Do you know the intention of that in the past, why it was created? Was that to access the 505?
So historically, as I stated previously, in 2009, roughly, there was an application approved by the board to yield a total of 6 lots on this property. And Sustainable Way was part of the public right-of-way that was going to be created, and then there was going to be a private right-of-way that connected to it off of it and gave frontage to the additional lots as they were created through that subdivision.
Okay. So I guess I would ask Mr. Collins, if you wouldn't mind, can you explain to us the criteria for us to consider when we think about approving or denying a subdivision such as what's being proposed here?
Sure. Basically, when you're reviewing a minor subdivision, which is what this is, even a lot line adjustment is technically a minor subdivision. Under the municipal land use law, if it conforms with all of the ordinance standards, including the acreage and the setbacks and the bulks standards, you basically should, and under the municipal land use law, you're expected to approve it, but it does not mean that site plan has been approved yet. It just means that the lots can be created, and the difference between a site plan and a subdivision is subdivision allows for new lot lines to exist. New lot lines cannot be made up by people without there being an approval by a planning board or sometimes a zoning board to allow a different lot line. And so what this particular minor subdivision does is a number of things, but basically it adjusts the lot line with the township lot to accommodate some historical differences of use by the township on their lot, and that will allow the township to control the entire area for the landfill closure. And the applicant is also asking for permission to record deeds of minor subdivision that'll separate the remainder lot from these 2 new lots. And they record those become recorded deeds of, in the county clerk's office that are lawful lots. If they'd like to use them, they have to come back to the planning board for a site plan approval for the change, for the uses and the improvements on it, such as the buildings or driveways.
So it would be at a future point where we would need to consider things such as, again, wellhead protection areas, critical wildlife habitats, things like that. That would be later on.
Generally speaking, that is correct, because those are the, those are when something is changing about that land, other than, all that's happening today is the approval of the separation of the lots.
Okay.
And then what happens, they prepare, as you read from the report, they can record a minor subdivision by either deed or plat. And it's more common to do minor subdivisions by deed. That means they write up deeds with deed descriptions, and they get reviewed by Dave and by me. Then they get signed by the chairman and secretary, and they get recorded in the county clerk's office. In this case, there'll be the deed to the township. Looks like there's deeds between the township and the applicant to adjust those lot lines.
Okay, thank you.
And it is true that Sustainable Way is a dedicated paper street that was never built, and so that is dedicated, though, to the township. So the township is the entity by governing body ordinance that vacates paper streets, or even built streets, but the township in this case would have to do an ordinance vacating the public interest in Sustainable Way, and that's the procedure that's followed, and that resolution anticipates the township doing that in the future.
That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few. On the lots, there's a lot of moving parts here. Are there any open environmental cases related to the SRP program, LSRPs assigned, or are these cases been previously open and closed? What's the current environmental status of the lots in question?
I have no answer with regards to any open-ended environmental conditions on Lot 4 of the township's property. My understanding is there is no environmental concerns with regards to Lot 5, though.
I mean, Tom, with,
On Lot 4, I don't know all the details, but I do know the township is undertaking efforts to complete the closure of the landfill on Lot 4, and to the extent it encroaches on this property as well, and that closure is ongoing and is, I don't know enough about it, Mike, as to if there's an LSRP or not. That would be something that township.
well, I would assume there is, if it's currently an ongoing remediation. And I think my concern is with all these transfers and moving parts is that, one, there's no carve-outs or any transfers of AOCs or open environmental issues to the other lots that are either swapping land and/or being impacted by the movement of the property boundaries or lines.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in the township wants to have the lot line adjustment take place so that it can continue to perfect the closure. So the answer to the question is no, there's nothing that harms the township from this lot line adjustment. It actually benefits the township.
Well, then I'm just gonna close on, if there is if there's an open case, the LSRP or wherever the oversight of notifying DEP and/or getting this information into DEP. 1, 2 is any environmental consulting and/or LSRP overseeing that remediation is notified, or they're not going to be able to properly and administratively close out any ongoing or future cases related to all the, subject changes here. I mean, to Mr. Simmons' point, there, I think a nice, clean summary and, a new outline of a map is important to capture what was there, what in the past, what the changes or proposed changes are. for multiple purposes, not just subdividing, but also to close any existing and/or deal with any future environmental cases that may exist. We don't know right now, other than we think that the township's property is still an ongoing or open case.
Well, definitely the township's property is an ongoing case. And the township is undertaking the completion of the closure and the capping and monitoring. So, but that's the township's responsibility, not the applicant's.
And my last question then is, in a situation like this with different properties and lots and blocks here, is there any due diligence done and/or required to be done as part of this?
Not by the applicant, but yes, by the township. And I believe it is undergoing that, but I'm not directly involved in that.
Yeah,
In other words, I believe this lot line adjustment helps the township perfect the completion of the closure of the landfill and the capping. Once the capping is done, the solar energy project. So they're in the hands of the township, and the township, my understanding, is diligently completing that.
Yeah, my understanding is that the remediation is ongoing with NJDEP, and the town has a consultant working on that, and that is paused right now, caught up. Separate from that, the plan is to put the solar over that site, and this little space that is being traded is necessary for, I think, equipment for the solar panels. But I think that it's the space that is being acquired is outside of the landfill itself.
Yeah, and I was just concerned that if they're gonna, eventually need to administratively close out that case,
Yeah.
that it doesn't conflict out that ability to do so.
Yeah.
That's short and sweet of what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
I think, actually, Mike, it helps the township accomplish that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I guess just as a quick follow-up to what Mike was asking, are there currently any monitoring wells on Lot 5 for the landfill? Do you know of any monitoring wells?
I'm not aware of any
Nothing
monitoring
active.
wells for the
All
landfill.
right. All right.
There are lot 4, definitely.
Yeah, Lot 4 there is, yeah. I'm just asking if there were, sometimes stuff moves, so they do adjacent lots.
I'm good. No questions.
Okay, just one question. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So in terms of, do we have the approvals that we need from the town council, or is this going to be contingent on obtaining approvals from the town council, or?
It's, you don't need any approvals from the township council for the board to act, but as part of your action, if you were to approve it, it will be conditioned upon the vacation of sustainable way and the recording of deeds of minor subdivision, but that's technically not the township council, but the township wants to make sure that the deeds of minor subdivision are in a form that would benefit the township and is part of their transaction with the property owner. But with that, that's all. The idea to change the zone line is something you'll recommend, but it's technically not required. The township can do what the township wants to do on township land, whether it's zoned for OSGU or whether it's zoned for ED. The township is not subject to zoning. So that's something you're going to recommend, but it's not it's a recommendation. It's not a condition precedent to recording the deeds of minor subdivision.
Now, Tom, just to clarify, the portion of property that was the town's property, Lot 4, that will become part of the new Lot 5, should this be approved, would still remain in the former zone? Or would it naturally switch?
The portion that's township property will be switched by the zoning ordinance. The portion that becomes their property will be switched to ED if the zone line is changed. If it isn't changed, it's technically a split lot.
It's a split lot then,
Or,
okay.
yeah, but that's also not the biggest problem because the area, the size of the area and the location of the area is pretty remote.
Mhm, mhm.
Excuse me if I belabor a subject. Is there an opportunity to put a condition on this, subject to DEP and OSRP acceptance of it?
Not really. I mean, that's,
To the approval if we
that's
decide-
not in our jurisdiction.
Okay.
It's the township's land and concern anyway, so I don't think we need to be involved in that. They have to do what they have to do. The township has to do what it has to do.
What about the other party?
I don't think they're subject to it because they're not in the area of concern. But whatever the township has to do, Mike, it will do. That's what this under.
I mean, I think I'm trying to, dive down.
There's nothing that prevents recording of deeds of minor subdivision in a transaction like this.
As it relates to what we're dealing with here, but it does
Right.
have an adverse impact of the overall redevelopment or potential cleanup and redevelopment of that property if in fact it's not.
No, it has a beneficial impact in that the township needs to accomplish this to complete that closure.
And if that's the case, would there be an opportunity to get that clarified? Or you're saying that that's a separate issue?
I'm saying that's the township council's responsibility, and it has nothing to do with the planning board's minor subdivision.
Okay.
Any other questions from the dais? Okay, all right, let's open it up to the public. Any members of the public wish to ask any questions of the applicant relative to the application and testimony?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name and state your address.
Kathy Ebbinkhausen, Ebbinkhuysen, Scudder's Road, Sparta. First question, what is an OSGU zone? This is the first time
Oh,
hearing
it's
of it.
open space governmental use zone, and generally speaking, the land the township owns is placed in that zone because it's public land. And the DPW lot is public land currently in the OSGU zone.
Second question, where is the solar field being proposed on this diagram?
I don't have the drawing, but there was a redevelopment plan ordinance that was adopted, and generally speaking, it's on the
Is it lot
southern.
4?
Yeah, on lot 4, yes.
Lot 4.
The former municipal landfill.
Behind the DPW building, step far back towards the rail line.
Okay. Are there any safety concerns with the proximity of the solar field to the rail line? Anything that
Not
should be
that I'm
considered?
aware. I would say no, but we're not, this is not the site plan or approval of the solar farm.
I understand.
Yeah, but generally speaking, no, and actually closed landfills are promoted by the state of New Jersey as one of the best locations for solar arrays on ballast mounting.
That's independent of a rail line, though.
It doesn't matter. They are surprisingly supportive of, Department of Energy, Department of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, they're all extremely supportive of, solar farms on non-agricultural properties such as properly closed landfills.
Okay.
And that's part of that redevelopment plan that was approved by the governing body a couple of years ago. And there should be some documentation about that in that redevelopment plan ordinance.
What is the meaning of annex in this context? It's just a term I'm unfamiliar with in the context of a plan.
Something that's given from one to the next, basically.
Given from one to the next, okay. You answered my question or you asked my question, Dean, about the purpose of the subdivision and the lot line adjustment. A couple more. With Sustainable Way, is that considered part of 5.01? The new 5.01? Is that right? Based on
No,
it?
no, it will not be. The intent is by the time that the properties are subdivided, that part of the land swap, the annexation, the land swap, and the lot line adjustment, the Sustainable Way should have been vacated by then. And it would be, so yes, it will be part of 501.
It will be part of 5.01. Okay.
But if it's vacated, it won't exist anymore because it's a paper road. So if the board will condition this approval upon Sustainable Way being vacated by ordinance, the board doesn't do that, the council does. Assuming the council adopts the ordinance vacating Sustainable Way, the land that is where Sustainable Way is on paper reverts to the property owner, and after this subdivision, it will become part of Lot 501. After the vacation and before the minor subdivision, and then the minor subdivision, then the recording of the deeds of minor subdivision, it will not exist as of the vacation ordinance. Sustainable Way will not exist. And the conveyance of the land after that, from the township to East Coast Development, will result in that section of land becoming part of the East Coast Development lot.
Okay. So with a paper lot, I understand the idea eventually is perhaps to place a road there. And with Sustainable Way being part of the township owned property, I would assume that in the future, the idea was to put a road there. And looking at, lots 5 and 4, it looks like with that intention being removed, that Lot 5 looks to be landlocked. Is that the case? How else would egress and ingress happen to Lot 5.01 without that paper road turning into an actual road? Or is that the intention?
All 3 lots will have frontage on Price's Lane.
Just in Price's Lane?
Yes.
And then what was the purpose of the paper lot in the first place? Would it be to get behind?
The paper road? Is that
Sorry,
your
the paper
Sustainable Way,
road.
right?
Yes.
Again, so that is not portrayed on this plan. Sustainable Way was part of the public road that was created from the 2009 subdivision. Off of it, in this bump out here, there was a private road that was owned by the applicant and would have been maintained by the applicant that stemmed off in this direction, and then that gave access to the lots that were created at the time in the back of the property. So they were not landlocked because they had access via that private right-of-way.
And that still exists?
No.
So my original question then is, how would you get to 5.01 lot without Price's Lane? Price's Lane is on the other side, right? I mean, how do you get to the
With
back
a
of the
driveway,
lot?
accessing from Price's Lane. You could develop, theoretically, a building could be proposed and constructed anywhere in this area with a driveway that would connect out to Price's Lane.
Okay, got it. All right, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Anybody else from the public? Okay, so seeing none, let's bring it back to the dais. Anybody like to make a motion? And Tom, can we get your help on this one?
Jeanette might have had a question, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No? So if the board, you could consider a motion to approve the minor subdivision, subject to the conditions of Dave Simmons's review report and the normal conditions, and also subject to the condition that the deeds of minor subdivision will be subject to the review and approval of the planning board attorney, the township attorney, and Dave Simmons, the board engineer, and his firm for the township as well. And the deeds of minor subdivision, I think we should say that they can be recorded for a period of 1 year from the date of this resolution to allow time to make sure that the conditions can be met, because one of the conditions will be the condition that the governing body, Township Council, approve a road vacation ordinance vacating the public interest in sustainable way, as described here this evening. And I think that was all the conditions. That we have the normal conditions. So the board recommends that the governing body amend the zone map line to be contiguous with the new lot lines of the DPW lot.
In a reduced map.
Oh, and to prepare and attach a reduced map to the deeds of minor subdivision to help explain the meets and bounds descriptions. Is there such a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti?
Yes.
Jeanette Burke?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright? Joan Furman?
Yes.
Justin Canellis?
Yes.
Celeste Luciano?
Yes.
Ernie Reichstad?
Yes.
Mike Sylvester?
I'm going to abstain.
And Chairman Ron Day.
Yes. All right, the motion is passed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, I'm going to suggest a quick, it's 9:22, wait till 9:30. Everyone, we'll be back at 9:30 and we'll pick up on the agenda from there. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so let's move on to the update section. We'll start with Town Council, Deputy Mayor Blumetti. Or do you need a minute? Or? Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Chairman. A couple updates from the recent meeting, which was April 9th. Ordinance 2403 passed, which was an ordinance that amended part of our housing code to align more with the state's language and their framework. Secondly, those of you who watched, we had another lengthy and robust discussion on short-term rentals with lots of valuable public input. It was tabled for now to determine if any further modifications are desirable. So expect to see that back at some point soon. Third, the municipal budget was formally introduced. There will be a workshop, a public workshop prior to our next council meeting, which is April 23rd. The workshop is planned for, I understand, 5 p.m., and the council meeting will then be at 7 p.m. And the final hearing then for the budget approval would then be, my understanding is most likely May 14th. And fourth, just want to repeat again, congratulations to our new mayor's designee sitting next to me, Joan Furman. Thank you. Welcome. That concludes my update.
Welcome.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. So Ms. Dunbar is not here for Environmental Commission tonight. In terms of the master plan subcommittee, ordinance subcommittee, and the plan endorsements, I have no updates for tonight. Bill, any updates on the minor site plan subcommittee?
Yeah, so we met tonight, and we didn't take any action because Ms. Dunbar was not available, and our newest member was her first meeting. But we did come away with some really positive changes that we're going to start to implement. Heard some of the concerns about, not concerns, but some of the suggestions from the public. And in the past, the minor site plan subcommittee submitted 2 sets of minutes every 6 months. And what we're going to decide to do is give an update, and on the advice of council, I have to put this in there, if an action is taken, once a month. So if we meet today, then those minutes should be added to the planning board's minutes in May. And Raisha and Ms. Fox always do an incredible job of helping us and keeping us organized, and we look forward to an update on the next session.
Thank you. All right, before we move to open to the public, it was just pointed out to me that I missed the section of other board business. So we've got a draft proposed ordinance relating to parking standards. People probably will recall that we've discussed this at a few of our previous meetings, and, you know, with each meeting, in the discussion, there were questions and comments that we needed to go back and look at. So we believe we're at a point where all the comments have been considered, and we'll run through those tonight. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Catherine Samard, Ms. Samard, who will walk us through the changes, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. So I believe I was not at the last meeting on the presentation, providing the overview. Like, as Ron mentioned, I think this is probably maybe the 4th meeting we're discussing this. And initially, it started as an effort to look at the parking standards because currently the section on parking does not really elaborate on many uses, and but in one specific case, pretty much for recreational uses, there's an incredibly specific category of dance studios and karate that basically captures all fitness and recreation uses. And so in looking at that initially, I think when it was presented, that's right now it's existing as a 1 space per 100 square feet, which is fairly restrictive. There was thoughts to maybe potentially making that stand more flexible. And as we got deeper and deeper into it, we kind of untangled some other issues with that and tried to kind of address everything we could, and be as comprehensive as possible. And so I believe that Dory provided, yes, a draft ordinance. There's two versions. There's a red line version, which I've always found very difficult to kind of untease, but just to see kind of the difference in how this is evolved from the last iteration to the present kind of clean version, which is a little bit easier to read, but you can't see kind of the evolution along the way. And so taking the comments from the last meeting and all of the feedback, Ron had shared a pretty extensive list of some of the comments that were provided at the last meeting. The definitions were all modified. Specifically, the indoor commercial recreation definition was pretty much included to not elaborate on specific sporting activities as a means to not hone in on something and then maybe miss something. So to be more broad, basically the definition did not, and this is a brand new definition. This doesn't exist in the code today. So I'll make that more clear. So as discussed at the last meeting, there's kind of three broad categories that we looked at recreational uses that don't exist in the code today. There's no definitions for, despite showing up in some permitted uses, health clubs, fitness, indoor recreation. There's no definitions for those. And so that's kind of where these came in. We said we need definitions to define what these different kinds of uses are. Then we can create parking standards associated with these different kinds of uses. And so the three broad categories were indoor commercial recreation, generally larger indoor facilities, pools, courts, fields that are all indoor commercial recreation. Health clubs, kind of like your typical gym, a fitness facility of some sort. And then fitness studios, which is more of like a boutique fitness use. Think of a Zumba class, a yoga studio. What else? I'm trying to think of like just a smaller kind of like 1 or 2 class type facility. In that case, for the definition for fitness studio, we did elaborate because it is different from a gym and we wanted to kind of show that it's a smaller use, included some examples, but not an exhaustive list by any means. And so all of the definitions have been updated, even the kind of the terms, so that they didn't get confused, were updated. So initially it was just commercial recreation. Now it's indoor commercial or proposed to be indoor commercial recreation. Initially it was health and or fitness club it was trying to meld what was initially already in the permitted uses. That's just health club now. Health, fitness or recreation studio has been amended to be just a fitness studio. So they all have kind of distinct words utilized so they don't get confused.
And Catherine, if I can there too, one distinction with the fitness studio is that it's related to offering instructor or coach-led fitness classes, right?
Correct. So it's supposed to be like a class-based type of fitness setup, whereas like a gym might have those included, but it's part of a larger picture. It's part of a larger production, whereas a fitness studio is just supposed to be, there's an instructor leading a class. You see a lot of different kinds of them, but this is supposed to be more boutique, smaller than a full gym that might have classes offered as part of a membership. So in addition to those definitions, and I'll get into how those relate into some other sections deeper than just adding definitions, we looked at adding different parking standards for each of them. For indoor commercial recreation, the requirement is 1 parking space per 750 square feet of gross floor area for athletic activities, plus 1 parking space per 75 square feet of gross area for spectator viewing or gathering areas outside the athletic space. And regardless of anything, regardless of the size of the facility, regardless of the size of the spectator area, you have to have 50 spaces. And that's intended to protect that these uses can be a little bit, they can have varying degrees of visitors based on if there's a lot of kids, there's a lot of, there's a basketball league, whatever. And then where tournament play, so if a tournament's anticipated, you have to have additional spaces on top of those. So it's intended to have some different variations of intensity captured, and that's for the requirement on parking. The next standard that was added was for health clubs. Again, would be like your typical gym. 1 space per 100 square feet, which is keeping in line with what exists there today for the karate and dance studios. It's required at 1 per 100. There's no difference. It's 1 per 100 for gyms. For fitness studios, it was kind of broken into 2 categories. Fitness studios in some of the larger zones that may want to occupy like an existing building, like a flex space building. So they would be, if it's independent, it's just they're utilizing an entire building on their own, 1 parking space per 200 square feet. So there's a little bit more flexibility from what exists there today versus the 1 per 100. But if they are sharing the uses on a site, so if it's a mixed use site or there's multiple tenants, they're back to the 1 per 100. Again, to protect the parking, to ensure there's enough parking, especially when there's accumulation of uses. In all other zones outside of ED, PDRM1 and PDRM2 zones, it's 1 per 100, and that's to protect if there's any of these fitness studios in strip mall, shopping centers, in the town center zone. We don't want any parking issues. So it's just 1 per 100. It's not really changing. I'll tie into how the definitions and the parking standards all matter to the existing zone, then I'll get back towards pervious coverage after that. So as I mentioned before, there are a handful of zones which currently permit similar uses, but in different name. So like the town center professional business zone allows for indoor commercial recreation or commercial indoor recreation, health clubs, and then also kind of elaborates and says indoor athletics like basketball and here, I'll read the section if you give me 1 second. It allows for health and indoor athletic facilities in the TCPB zone. And so in order to kind of match the way the wording, the verbiage is in the definitions now, it would be indoor commercial recreation and health clubs to just capture that it's similar. So there's no question about where it relates to as far as a definition because we're adding it for that purpose. That was also done for the ED zone. That was also done for the ED1 zone. And the ED1 zone, it does not affect, there's a specific standard as a conditional use in the ED1 zone that has its own parking standard. So it's only affecting it in name only. It's not changing anything about the standards in the ED1 zone. It's literally just making sure that the actual terms used are now consistent throughout the entire ordinance because currently there's all floating around throughout different zones. There's indoor recreation, there's health clubs, there's, what's the other one? Health club and, give me 1 second. There's a whole slew of different terms, and they don't match, again, with any definition or any parking standard. So this is just to create consistency, so that you see at the tail end of the draft ordinance or proposed ordinance that they're just intended to kind of clean that up. Ron and I had a conversation earlier, and this was a really good point. Presently, as it was submitted to the board, there were, I guess it's more open in some of the zones, like in the PDRM1 zone. It pretty much allows for all 3 of the uses, and so instead, right now for the PDRM1 zone or for the ED zone. Under section 7 of the ordinance on page 3, right now it just says indoor commercial recreation, but it really should say indoor commercial recreation, health clubs, and fitness studio. So it would allow for all 3. In addition, the PDRM1 zone and PDRM2 zone, under the plan development schemes that are required in those, do have permitted uses. So it's part of, a larger plan development, but they do have permitted uses in there. So Ron pointed those out as well, so we should add those in. Very, very similar to the ED zone change. It would just say, this section should be replaced to show these terms, just to update them in with consistency. I wanted to talk briefly, with one more comment about the indoor commercial recreation and the parking standard, because the 1 per 750 may appear to be much different than what exists there today with the 1 per 100. But I just wanted to put into perspective, and I shared this with Ron because he had raised the same question to me, but 50 spaces, so a minimum of 50 spaces that's required regardless, relates to about 37,000 square feet. So if you have a building that's less than 37,000 square feet, let's say it's 10,000, it still requires a 50 space minimum. So even though it is 1 per 750, it still has a threshold you have to meet regardless of the size. And so just to put it into perspective, a full-size football field's 57,000, 58,000 square feet. So a building that would be, requiring a football field would require 76 spaces. So if they had a full indoor football field, a multitude of different sports, they'd still require 76 spaces just for the field alone. If they have any benches or, stands on the side, if they have kind of like a breakout area, if they have offices, things like that, those will all accumulate an additional parking standard requirement. In addition to just the athletic fields. If they want to have an indoor, winter football league with tournaments, also would require more spaces. So there are protective measures that would capture that. And I think I just wanted to explain kind of the genesis of that and all the kind of parking standard layers there. The last thing was, I know Dean had brought it up kind of at the beginning of talking about parking, talking about coverage, and talking about the option for pervious pavement. We kind of discussed some of the potential pitfalls of that if someone used pervious pavement, they might still try and have impervious coverage elsewhere to capture basically what they're allowed under the zone. And so as it's drafted right now, so under the parking requirements, parking design requirements in the ordinance, right now, all off-street parking areas other than agricultural and residential parking areas have to be paved with bituminous concrete, so impervious coverage, 2 inches thick, a stable base of soil aggregate, and compacted, and that's how it has to be approved now. So I added a sentence after that offers kind of an exception that the planning board may approve an exception to the above, subject to approval by the town engineer, so there's some coverage there. They still have, Dave would still have oversight, and the town engineer would still have oversight, and the fire official, to allow for alternatives to traditional pavement, which may include pervious asphalt, pervious concrete, pervious interlocking pavers, and plastic grid pavers. The intention with that would be, the planning board would have complete purview over that, and the planning board would then get to say, you're trying to exchange pervious coverage in your parking area to get impervious coverage elsewhere and not allow it. So we don't have to complicate the ordinance and say you can only do up to 10%. It does or does not count towards your improved or your impervious lot coverage. We don't have to have the discussion. I basically left it that if someone wants to offer that, and hopefully like in good faith that they want to do it for sustainability purposes and to be, environmentally friendly, that they'd offer that. And the planning board basically has the opportunity to either say yes or no. And the fire official and the town engineer can weigh in and say, you can't offer that for your fire lane. The fire trucks won't be able to be mobile. We're afraid of the truck sinking in if there's an emergency or anything like that. So there's some, again, layers of protection there that the board will have kind of oversight on it, but then there's other bodies that, could review it and also say they agree or disagree. But we didn't have to pull in kind of any of the pitfalls of impervious coverage calculations as far as the bulk standards for any of the zones. So this is just a way to be sustainable, to be environmentally friendly, give an allowance and alternative, but also have some purview over it as well. I just talked a lot. And I don't have any visual aids to add to that, so it probably didn't help much, and it's late. So I'll leave it at that. I absolutely will answer any questions that the board may have. I hope I responded to a lot of the comments. I really did read through and took a lot of them into consideration and tried to incorporate as many as I could.
Okay, so with that, let me open it up to the boards for, anybody have any questions or comments or concerns?
Okay, just one question. It's not part of the changes, but on page 2, in the industrial piece, for heavy manufacturing, we've got in parentheses whichever is greater. Can you just maybe, you might have explained it previously, but explain why we have that catch, but for that category, but not maybe the other one or the other two ones under industrial? What's the difference between heavy manufacturing, where we want to add that stipulation?
So I actually don't, let me check to see if our ordinance has, and that wasn't part of kind of the like you mentioned, the changes here, but I'll try my best to answer that. I don't even know if we establish that as part of the code, so I just need to double check the definitions to see how they're differentiated. It's likely differentiated just by the zones that permit it, I have to imagine.
But that wasn't something that we
Not something we looked at.
changed here.
No, we were looking specifically at like recreational and
Yeah, that
uses.
wasn't a change. I was just curious when I saw that. I don't know if that maybe it's something we'd think about applying to the other two, but
It's probably the level of intensity of number of employees that heavy this is what I imagine, just from, experience with different uses. I have to imagine heavy manufacturing probably might have some more employees on site. And so at some point it was included that there could be a potential, manufacturing are usually larger buildings. And so maybe the employee count was something that was driving parking issues in heavy manufacturing. And so it was included that maybe it's not the square footage necessarily. Let's just choose whatever one's greater will protect us. So that's why it's in there. That's just an assumption.
Okay.
But yeah.
Anything else?
That's it for me. Thanks.
Mike? Bill?
I have some questions. So, Catherine, the first question I have, a few of these are minor, and then I do have one I want to dig into a little bit. Page 2 is a minor one. On the table, under indoor commercial recreation, it doesn't mention office or admin space. Should it, or are we okay with leaving it out?
So if there was an office, I think there's a provision in our code that basically says if there's a multi-uses that the parking count will be cumulative. So office already has its own requirement for 1 per 200 in the commercial section above that, the beginning of the table. So if there was office, it would be required to be at 1 per 200 additional office space.
Now, I'm thinking more of admin or office space within
It would still,
the
they
indoor
would,
commercial recreation
it would be
facility.
pursuant to the office category, yeah.
So like a staff area or a front desk area, that would be, okay. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, page 3. So a couple quick ones. Right at the top, section 5, number 5. It references set forth in subsection 18-4.7. What exactly is that?
So it's the section right below it, actually. So under section 5, that's basically just the list of conditional uses in the ED1 zone. So right now, the list of conditional uses in the ED1 zone, I'll pull it up real quick. The conditional uses right now permit health clubs and/or fitness centers subject to the conditions set forth in 18-4.7. 18-4.7 is the collective section of the code that has all the different conditional uses and all the conditions pursuant to each use. Specifically, the ED1 zone in 4.7, give me 1 second. The ED1 zone requires what you see underneath in section 6. Requires that it has to be intended to serve, at least in part, the other principal permitted uses in the ED1 zone. That it has to be located within buildings used for other principal permitted uses. The portion of the building devoted to that use shall be architecturally similar and integrated with other principal permitted uses within the ED1. The parking for the health club and fitness studio shall have 1 parking space for each 100 square feet of floor area for assembly halls, fitness rooms, and pools. Tennis courts, handball courts shall have 4 parking spaces per court, and there shall be 1 space for each employee on duty at the center. So those are the conditions that the section you just asked about are set forth in for the ED1 zone specifically, which is what I mentioned before, that the parking standards don't affect the ED1 zone for health uses because they already have their own conditions that set them forth.
Okay, and we're not looking to refine those conditions?
No,
to match?
they're incredibly specific, so we're going to leave them
Okay.
as they are.
So that leads me to my next question, was when I read, again, page 3, section 6, number 16, that A and B, those big sections there, when I read those, to me, my questions are, what is the reasoning of phrases like serving other principal permitted uses? And also, why are we requiring multi-use buildings?
So Tom may have a better, I'm not trying to put him on the spot either. The ED1,
I think this relates to if you remember, ED1 zone is by Sparta Medical Campus at Route 15 and Primrose Lane, I think. In the ED1 zone, the concept, it's actually a very fascinating zone in that the office complex provided the internal subsidy to subsidize affordable housing in the Primrose Lane development, so that it's called a inclusionary zoning pre-round 2, where you could, or theoretically, you could still do it, but you could allow the commerce or offices to internally subsidize the affordable housing and thereby reduce the number of market housing units required. So I believe the concept in this, that frontage, which has the medical arts building in it, had the potential of having a fitness center. I don't believe that it was ever made into a fitness center, but there are similar things like doctor's offices with, I think there's Kessler Physical Therapy in one of the buildings, and so I think the concept was integrated into that building complex. Don't have a standalone fitness health club. But, you know, I can't say that I remember a particular person trying to do a health club, but and that's sort of that zone. It's kind of, the ED1 is a kind of unique zone. It's similar, has some similarity to the ED zone, but is unique unto itself because of that concept that the offices in the front are internally subsidizing the affordable units in the rear.
Okay.
And that did get built, and it's, you know, there's an addition being done soon, I guess, or was approved, but basically, I don't think there's a lot of vacant land left, but it could be, maybe, Catherine, we could check that. You know, you could change that if you wanted to, I mean, but like Catherine said, it has a very specific set of standards.
yeah, it's not just the ED1 zone. It doesn't include the other kind of acronym. It is the low and moderate cost housing zone as well. So Tom's exactly right. So there's some kind of like subsidy share there. And it also allows for like hotels, motels as well. So sometimes you'll see provisions about needing to be related to the principal use because maybe the hotel would have a gym or something like that. That's what I've seen in like other ordinances. So it was specifically crafted for this zone, and it shows up in the conditional uses for that reason with those very specific requirements. So like Tom said, the affordable housing portion and some of the frontage has already been developed, so I don't know if that's going to change much. Functionally, this ordinance isn't revising any of that, just changing the terms from, what does it show right now? The terms are health clubs and or fitness centers subject to the conditions, and we're basically just changing it to health clubs and or fitness studios. So that's the only change in,
It's just the word
It's just the
center to
words.
studio, it sounds like.
yeah, pretty much fitness studio is the only difference, yeah.
Okay.
Everything else is there.
In letter B, it starts with the health center. Is that okay, or do we want to change that as well?
Let me look at the condition just to make sure.
Okay.
It says the health club and or fitness center, so it probably should be the health club or fitness studio, which I got tripped up, I guess, because they're very similar, but a little bit different. So I'll make that change as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. I'm also, by the way, I'm a big fan of the new definitions, the way they came out. It's great. Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
much clearer.
Okay. I guess that you bear with me for a minute because I was not present at the discussion previously, and so I have my own questions. First one I'd like to ask is a legal one. For instance, I noticed that, let's just take retail, 1 per 200 square feet of gross leasable space. New Jersey Administrative Code is 1 per 300 square feet. So all the way through here, it seems that the majority, Sparta is a little more strict in that regard. So we can become stricter, but can we go below what the New Jersey Administrative Code states?
In non-residential, actually, the state code does not for non-residential, commercial, retail, is not in any way applicable to municipalities. They do not preempt municipal, they don't even regulate. In residential, all residential, this, I don't think anything here is residential. All residential is preempted by the state by the residential site improvement standards. So the New Jersey Administrative Code that you're referring to is not preemptive if it's about retail. It must be some sort of state standard that they use for state agencies or something like that.
Well, I just picked that one up for example. I mean, even the health club one parking space for 1,000.
Per 100.
Per 100.
Yes, the townships,
state-
the township can be much more strict than state, but the state doesn't even, I guess, I mean, it could be wrong, we could research it, but New Jersey Administrative Code does not preempt municipal standards as to non-residential parking.
Then what is the point of the
I
New
don't
Jersey
know.
Administrative Code?
You're reading the Casino Control Commission
No.
Development 1966-5.8 on-site parking and loading requirements. That's related to the loading requirements for Casino Reinvestment Development Authority Tourism District Land Development Rules under Subchapter 5. So those are very, very hyper-specific requirements that relate to a different development, not applicable here. They do regulate them, I guess, in reinvestment areas and things like that, that probably required some sort of referendum or something, but not in Sparta.
Okay, to follow up on what Justin was saying then, because, when I looked at it, it was very unclear, because there's really not that much difference between light manufacturing and heavy manufacturing, other than the type of product that they manufacture. So for one to be whatever is greater and the other one not, there's a disparity there, and there's a huge disparity if you're looking at employees versus square feet. But in looking at everything else and the code that I was looking at, we are more stringent in each area except for this one section on industrial. And again, there's a huge disparity, and I think it should be just based on the square footage, like the code is saying. The code for general warehousing, and again, I understand now that it's something different, but is saying that there should be one space for each 500 square feet of floor area. And I would just like to see this really cleaned up so that there is no ambiguity and it's based on, some kind of standard that is out there, but not one employee for 500 square feet for light manufacturing, but a completely different standard for heavy and pulling all of the warehouse and industrial into one. So, again, I know it's different than you've talked about all the other stuff, but this is something that really sticks out at me. And I think if we're going to send this forward, it has to be understandable, concise, and fit in.
Understood. And the purview of this, again, was simply to look at the parking standards for recreational uses and the definitions. We are in the middle of a master plan right now, and so I will be, taking notes on these comments as well for when we are looking at the overall land use element and the parking standards and how they relate to the different uses outside of this. Because again, we spent a good amount of time looking through simply just the recreational uses. If we open up, right now, if we open up all of this to the entire table, and the table was only included to show what we have and then show the changes within it, not necessarily to open up the entire kind of parking ordinance, but we can look at these.
That's what this is. These are all for parking ordinances, and I would hate to send it to the town council without really addressing all of the issues. I think when we send it, it should be a complete packet that we've all looked at and voted on.
No, I don't disagree with that. I think I mean to clarify that when if we do recommend this to council, that we tell them that the confines of what was being looked at, what was being analyzed in the past 4 or 5 months on this, and also share that we have more thoughts about parking standards not being adequate or needing to be changed as part of the larger master plan, which is being done in the next year, to make those changes more comprehensively as we look at the land use in totality, because there probably are parking standards we're definitely going to change. There's probably ones we're going to add as far as like new and different uses. There's probably definitions we might make recommendations to add. And so when there's a more comprehensive look at the entire land use code, uses, land use in general, all the zones and the parking as it relates to those, that's when I think we'll probably make those recommendations.
One thought, if I can add to that too, is the concern is, again, which this did start out as just recreational uses. And we then expanded that to impervious coverages. And it doesn't say we can't go further, but if we try to do everything now, my fear is it's just going to take too long. We got a lot of stuff in front of us. My recommendation would be, because I hear both of the comments, is that let's keep that in the back burner and let's address that as a separate update. Once this is updated, we can go back and update it again. But we have to go back and look at the definitions of the light industrial manufacturing, that kind of stuff, make sure we do it right. And so I'd like people to consider just, this is what we have now. Is this something that addresses the concern, which was a specific use, which was indoor recreational uses? And the thought process was our standards were more severe than other towns, and we could be losing some businesses to those other towns. So we're trying to be more competitive along those lines.
Well, actually, your standards are, as I said, more stringent in those areas. Could you give me a timetable for this then? Can we bring it up now and agree to look into it as this goes forward?
I could not do that. That's something we'd have to do with the board as a whole. If somebody wanted to make a recommendation to do that, then we could look at, do we need a subcommittee? How would we do that?
I don't think you need a whole committee. I would make a recommendation to vote, a motion to vote that we address the industrial parking, square footage irregularities.
The part that had me concerned was the timeframe. Knowing
Right,
what's
so
in front
you've
of us.
got, if we can do this one today, but that we address this one by the
think
next meeting, come
Just
back
to-
and.
Just to kind of, to expand on Catherine's point, we are looking at all of this, right? Just to kind of catch you up to where we've been, within the confines of what we're doing right now with the master plan subcommittee, we're going to be looking at every single one of these areas, every single one of these, and we're going to be doing a very deep dive into that. Now, is that going to be tomorrow? No, it's not. Is it going to be before next meeting? No, it's not. But it is going to be within the confines of what we're doing with the master plan. I don't know whether or not, especially given our limited resources right now with how we have to move forward, whether or not we're going to be able to parse this out and do a deep dive on that, and then have to do a deep dive on it again when it comes to time to look at it with the master plan. It might be beneficial for us to just kind of follow the master plan, outline, and where we hit it, we hit it.
Was the master plan changing anything else, or is it just looking at new things?
It's looking at everything. It's looking at everything from the, I mean, the last time our master plan was done was in 1984. So we're really, we're really hitting it from the ground up.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I have one question. It's more of just for my own information. We removed the rehab and PT
Yes.
from this, from health centers or health clubs. Where is that and what's the standard? Do you know?
We don't have a definition for rehab or physical therapy, and we don't have a parking standard. It would likely show up as like a professional office, likely. So it'd probably fall under that standard currently. But this specifically excludes it, so that if a rehab or physical therapy use came in with an application and applied to the zoning officer, there'd be no question from the zoning officer to say, oh, this might be a health club use. They're going to say, no, it's not a health club use, it's some sort of professional office or whatever. And so it wouldn't fall under this category.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Quick question, bouncing around, Tom, these are recommendations that we're proposing for
What you're,
council consider or approve, right? Adopt?
yes, what you're doing is you're considering recommending a ordinance amendment to the township council.
Okay, and do they open that for a public comment period,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
The governing body would have to, if it decided to do it, it would have to introduce it and then schedule it for second reading and public hearing, and then have a public hearing, and then if it wanted to adopt it, vote to adopt it as the law or ordinance of Sparta.
Any other questions in the dais? Okay, let's open up to the public for comments. Any member from the public wishes to have any questions or comments on this ordinance? Okay, so seeing none, it sounds like that we've got something here, needs a couple changes, where we're going to add a couple zones, or a couple uses within ED, PDRM1, PDRM2.
Correct.
And the other change was, we're going to correct the
Wording under
wording from Health
16B.
Center to Health Club on 16B, Section 6, on page 3.
And then I had already drafted it, but under each of the sections where it says section 18-2.4 whatever, I put the name of the zone next to it so that you don't have to go search back, or if questions come up, if it's introduced to council, that what zone is this related to? What is this changing? So I just added in, section 18-4.28 of the town center professional business zone. So it's in there in the terms. Again, it's just for clarity, so no one has to go back and reference it.
So if we were to put this to a vote tonight, I think we'd have to come up with a specific list, and Tom, help me if I'm wrong, it would be this ordinance with these changes is what we would be recommending, very specific.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd have to reprint it and take a look at it again. So the question is, I think we've got like 3 or 4 changes. So if we could find a way to amend this document easily tonight, that would be a good answer, unless people would prefer to see it all
Do you want me to read it out?
more time.
Do you want me to say it out loud, Ron? Would that make it easier? Maybe people can consider the way I'm saying it, and if they're
Yeah,
comfortable.
let's just do that, and that way we're all clear on what it is that
Okay.
we're being asked to vote on.
Okay, so I'll go through all the changes that I noted. So under section 4 on page 2, the section title is revised to say section 18-4.28.B.1, item F of, and then the words of the town center professional business zone TCPB is replaced in its entirety as follows.
So all we're doing is we're just naming the town.
Just naming the
center,
zone.
The
Yeah,
zone.
So I'm just adding the zone. And for
That's
the
the only
future, I'll
change.
say
Okay.
that for each of them, that we're just adding the name of the zone and the name in the title.
Mm-hmm.
Under section 4 there, next to F, it's currently says indoor commercial recreation, and we're just adding the words "and health clubs" to be more consistent with what exists there today. Under section 5, we are adding the title of the zone next to the 18-4.30 for the ED1 zone. Under section 6, under item 16B, the word center is replaced with the word club, just a typo. Under section, let's make sure I'm right. Under section 7, the title of the zone, the ED zone is added there. And then under the item there, number 6, next to what exists as an indoor commercial recreation, we're just adding the words health club and fitness studios, again, to be more consistent with what's there today, what's allowed. And then 2 new sections, section 8 and section 9, are added in there just to add in section 18-4.35.b.3. So the PDRM1 zone is basically replacing the language that exists there today under number 5 of the zone, and section 9 will read section 18-4.36 of the PDRM2 zone is replaced, and then also adds an indoor commercial recreation, health clubs, and fitness studios, just to replace the terms that are there today.
So that sounds like a lot more changes than what I thought.
So it sounds like a lot more. It's just
I
adding in
want,
two.
I want people to
Oh,
be
sure.
clear, you know, when we ask you to vote on it, what's the exact wording? So, you know, due to the number of changes, I was really hoping to try to move this forward tonight, but I want to make sure everyone's clear and comfortable. So I recommend that we just, again, let's come back with a clean copy. I think we all understand the changes. And I want to go to the public for their comments before we close on this, but, Eric, why don't we do that now? It's only open up to the public. Do you have any comments or anything? Okay, I guess we did that. I understand it, but I want to make sure that people are clear on what it is they're voting for.
Do we want to ask?
Okay.
Can we ask anybody?
Okay.
Is anyone unclear on the changes that we're making?
I don't feel like they're very significant changes. I feel like I understand them. I mean, I would be okay with going
I would state the
conditional
purpose,
based on what
I
she
would
said.
state the purpose and intent of this entire exercise, because it's done a deep dive. And the original intent of what we were trying to do here, again, I just restated for the record. And I think we're good. I think we're clean enough to put it to vote.
I think a lot of what we've been hearing lately in these last naming changes are really just to ensure consistency. You know, there's sections of other
Okay,
ordinances,
great.
right? So.
All right, if everyone's comfortable, then let's go forward with it. That's good to hear.
Need a motion?
Yes, so it's a motion to recommend the proposed ordinance to the governing body with the changes as described by Catherine this evening. Is there such a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
And a roll call?
Deputy
Any
Mayor
comments?
Angelini,
Yes.
Nat Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright.
Yes.
Joan Furman,
No, due to the confusion in the wording in some of it.
Justin Canellis,
Yes.
Celeste Luciano,
Yes.
Ernie Reichstad,
Yes.
Mike Sylvester,
Yes.
Chairman Ronde.
Yes. Okay, so the motion is passed, and I guess the next step, Tom, is we'll draft an ordinance to pass up
The
to
final version should be,
final version, to pass to the
Right.
town council for introduction.
right.
Great. Okay, thanks. Okay, so that takes care of that. The only other matter of other business, we can probably handle this outside, is just scheduling. I think we had 2 applications that we need to schedule that are complete. And we could probably just do that maybe with a few of us tomorrow, unless, because right now, I guess we got to see what we're doing with the other applications first, in terms of the dates for Diamond Chip. And then we can schedule the others. So why don't we handle, we'll put that one aside for now. and then we can schedule them separately. Okay? All right, so other than that, let me get back to my agenda here. Okay, so now let's open it up to the public for comments on matters that are not on the agenda or matters not related to a hearing on an application for development. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak?
Hi, Margie Murphy, Pueblo Parkway, Sparta, New Jersey. As I understand that many members of you are not allowed to vote when anything comes to Diamond Chip, whether you can respond to me or not, I understand. Are we getting enough people to fill out everybody that?
Yes, Margie, the planning board will be able to meet on May 1st, 2024, for a public hearing on the Diamond Chip application with at least one and perhaps two members of the zoning board serving as temporary assignments from the zoning board to fill the seats left open by one or two recused seats.
Oh, I thought there were more recused seats.
Well, Miss Joan Furman was appointed to fill the seat of Nick Pompilio.
Right.
And there's a chance that the council will consider someone on the 23rd, in which case there would be one empty seat, which Ken Larry, the most senior member of the zoning board, is available to serve. If there's a need for two, there's then the second most senior member of the zoning board in accordance with the statute. And if there's a need for three, there's a third most senior member of the zoning board available as well. One of them has a conflict that night, so if we need two, we'll have to use the third for that particular night.
My concern is that the people that are not recused, Mr. Silvestri, who already voted against hearing Mr. Dash and Mr. Clark originally, would be part of that. And
Marge, if you're going to now focus on some sort of objection or something, you really can't do that in this meeting because this is not the Diamond Chip application at all.
Right.
I was just trying to give you the schedule in response to your question about will the board be able to meet? And the answer is yes. If you have an objection to the board in that hearing, you have to raise it in that hearing.
in that hearing to the people that are being elected or asked to be on the planning board? I mean, that are being asked to vote?
If you have an objection to the board that relates to the Diamond Chip application, you will have to raise that in the hearing on the Diamond Chip application, which was expected to start on May 1st, 2024 at 7 p.m., or any meetings thereafter. So I'm asking you now to stop talking about Diamond Chip application.
Okay. So I can't ask why we
No.
didn't appeal the decision that they made to take all these
You can
people
ask.
off? And I can't ask,
You can ask whatever you want, but
but you can't answer me.
I can't
Right.
answer you about pending litigation, right?
Okay, and I know, I mean, you and Ms. Samad helped design the ordinance, so
That isn't actually correct, ma'am, but if
No?
you would like to make objections in the hearing.
that's
on
the only place I
application,
can do it.
That's right, because that is not what we're doing tonight.
Are we taking any other applications for people to be on the zoning board to fill in any of the people that are being recused, or no? It's being filled by the zoning board members?
I'm not aware of taking applications for the zoning board. I am aware that the governing body is considering appointing someone to fill the shoes and seat of Ryan Caruso, who resigned. And if they do that, they could do that on April 23rd.
April 23rd?
That's right. I think that's the next meeting of the governing body, yes.
Okay, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
interesting. All right, thank you.
Any other members from the public? Okay.
Sorry. Jenny Derricks, Tap into Sparta. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Enright and Mr. Day, about adding back reporting out on the subcommittee, the site plan subcommittee. I appreciate that. Dory, I appreciate getting the minutes, working on minutes. I've been pleading the case that they need to do something more. You need more help because you're never going to catch up. This meeting keeps coming. So I'm going to keep making that plea. We are severely out of date with our minutes, and it's not because Dory isn't doing her job. I appreciate, Joan, your input, and you already seem to be looking to do the work, so I appreciate that. 2221 is the ordinance that was adopted in 2022, December, to update ED, PDRM1, PDRM2. As you remember, you did the work. Appreciate that. But it's not reflected when you look up E-code. It's not reflected there, the changes. So just confirming, and I'm sure this has already been done by the professionals, just confirming that the Nicholson rezoning hearing that happened over here was based on the standards developed in the new ordinance for that ED zone.
So I don't think the bulk standards that they were requesting as part of the minor subdivision, the minor subdivision was what you're referring to?
Yes.
When they submit a site plan, they will be subject to the new ED.
Well, they referred frequently to the reason for the size of the new lots that they were creating as referencing the bulk standard requirements.
They're subject, yes, they're subject by time of application to that ordinance.
No, but the minor site plan, the lot line moves that they were making, they said, they kept referring to the reason, the rationale for making those changes were to be compatible with the bulk standards for the ED zone. And I'm just confirming, I'm sure it's already been confirmed, but since the newest iteration of the ED zone requirements are not available on E-code, I'm sure that's just for the public's, that's just the public's problem, but I just want to make sure it is just the public's problem, that's all.
No, I understand your question, because I have the same frustration. I use the E-code all the time, so we're waiting for it to go up. It's in the works. But let me double check and make sure. I'm sure they did, but I will make certain of it and let you
The
know.
Nicholsons would appreciate it too. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Okay, anybody else from the public? Okay, so seeing none, we're going to move into our executive session to talk about the Diamond Chip LLC versus Sparta Township Planning Board and a non-dash.
Yes, that'd be a resolution to go into closed or executive session. And a motion and second is needed you have a written resolution, but it's to discuss matters of pending and anticipated litigation in accordance with Section 7 and 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act and the matters of Diamond Chip Realty versus Sparta Planning Board and a non-dash versus Sparta Zoning Board et al. And attorney-client privilege communication. The matters to be revealed to the public upon the completion of all litigation and appeals and the removal of the need for confidentiality. Is there such a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti?
Yes.
Jeanette Burke?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright?
Yes.
Joan Furman?
Yes.
Justin Canellis?
Yes.
Celeste Luciano?
Yes.
Bernie Reichstad?
Yes.
Mike Sylvester?
Yes.
Chairman Rondé?
Yes. All right, do we have a motion to go back into public session?
I'll make that motion.
I'll
Do we have a
second.
Roll call?
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti?
Yes.
Jeanette Burke?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright?
Yes.
Joan Furman?
Yes.
Justin Canales?
Yes.
Celeste Luciano?
Yes.
Ernest Ragsdale?
Yes.
Mike Sylvester?
Yes.
Chairman Ron Day?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm gonna go
Okay,
check for you, okay?
Well, thank you.
thanks, Mike.
See if there's anybody out there.
Left his wallet, he'll be back.
He left his wallet.
Janine, probably.
That's great.
Oh, yeah.
Jenny.
it's Jenny.
It's definitely Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny Derrick.
Or the names.
Yeah.
She's dedicated.
Oh, you.
It's
I
Jen.
think we're live, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, she is here.
Yes, she is. Thanks for staying, Jen.
Thank you for your dedication.
Sorry to keep you, Jen. So if the board would entertain, it's a motion to confirm that although the board is disappointed by the court's decision and respectfully disagrees with the court's decision, the board thinks and concludes that it's in the best interest of the Township of Sparta to move on and to let the board hear the case with the members, with the 5 members, and perhaps an alternate in accordance with the order on May 1st, 2024, and to confirm that the board will comply with the order and will not be seeking reconsideration and will not be appealing. Is there such a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll second.
Celeste?
Deputy Mayor Dean Blumetti?
Yes.
Jeanette Burke?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Bill Enright?
Yes.
Joan Furman?
Yes.
Justin Canales?
Yes.
Celeste Luciano?
Yes.
Ernie Ragsdale?
Yes.
Mike Sylvester?
Yes.
Chairman Ron Day?
Yes. Okay, motion is passed. So with that, I think we've covered everything we need to do tonight, so unless anybody has any other thoughts to like to contribute, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.